Greetings, superior beings, greetings, supreme being. Welcome to Universal Peace Television. We'll be right with you. I thought the sky looks nice, so let's broadcast this. Legs by CC top. The plane is going up. Okay. Well, I have to check what the title of this broadcast is. I had to fill in the form. Prepare for possible world war, easy to survive, and solar storm. So that means radiological water filter, storable food, perhaps a gas mask and iodine pills. The other things, everything else might not be that important. Water, everybody needs water, and without uncontaminated water they're dead pretty fast. Bilderberg might know this. They might not know it yet, so then you have to tell them where they can find this video or download it and mail it to them, so they too can survive. Bilderberg are people too. Well, recently Russia has been training for a possible World War scenario, I think. A third World War. And of course that doesn't mean that there's going to be one, because the Americans spend way more on defense than the Russians. And I think nobody wants MAD, and it would be a scalar war, so I don't know if they have Tesla plasma shields on the tank, but otherwise I think they wouldn't survive that. But that's the whole idea, of course, depopulating the 500 million. You cannot break an omelette without making some eggs. So let's read what they write. I googled Russia World War III because of the InfoWars broadcast covered in my previous broadcast. InfoWars controls the position. So another question is, should we join with them, or would it be walking straight into the hands of the enemy? Jesuits that want to depopulate the earth, etc. Create a Luciferian world order. If there remain guillotines against FEMA and Plan 88 to nuke the zombie hordes. Let them know as little as possible and find out all you can, that's the idea. So I think it's best that as soon as your electronic devices cease to function, to seek shelter. So that's their choice not to get rid of the nukes, and not mine. And probably not of all people of Russia either, or of the US. So I'm not afraid that it could happen, because I think they both don't want mutually assured destruction, and they have much better ways to clean up our planet. Though a 7-year nuclear winter would probably be quite effective. Plus they'd get 2 flies in 1 squat, because it wouldn't leave the evidence of the internet. Anything that's on the internet would be erased. So if you have an electronic watch and it stops working, it may be best to seek shelter. So I wouldn't have faith that they would set off an air alarm, bombing alarm. The clouds look kind of special. So yeah, I think nobody wants a nuclear winter. Nobody without a Tesla plasma shield would survive the Third World War, so I think there are lots of people working on preventing that in reality. But of course, Albert Pike's fake letter to Mazzini could mean that they've really planned this. And it's just their method of taking over the world, so it's best to be prepared. That's why I'm talking like this. The more of us there are, the better, basically. So you would need to be in a place where you have either, if you're in a big city, if you have a bomb shelter, then you could survive. Any shelter basically under the ground, so that the blast doesn't get you. So you have to be underground if you're in a big city, and in other places, well, a shelter would be nice, but it's not required to survive the initial blast. And then after that, everything will be contaminated, so then you need clean water and clean food. Especially to survive the initial phase, to depopulate to 500 million. And then after that they might help you and the other risk is that they're gonna kill everybody that survives as well. So I think that these words that I've spoken prevent world war because they are facts. And there's only one truth, the truth that defines reality. And the lie, of course, does not. Though it might also define reality. A lie could define reality accurately and still be a lie, basically. But of course we don't have to waste time on that. And perhaps you have the biggest chances of survival is if there's nobody else that you have to take care of or help to survive. So strategically, being alone has some advantages, I guess. Sometimes they don't want people that are tied to families, etc. And because of the directed energy weapon torture attacks, I've chosen not to seek contact with family and friends, etc. And it's best for me to get married with another single person to prevent that person from becoming a victim as well. So people that are alone have a higher risk of being tortured with directed energy weapons, becoming targeted individuals, and it can also be at random. But I also think that if you haven't exposed them, they're not gonna attack you, probably. But I think the truth is online, it's spreading, and people are uniting because they don't want to die for the New World Order or for anyone else or for anything else. Not even for the voice of God weapon. It can do all kinds of stuff that humans cannot do. Because of evolution. And because they know there is no hereafter. They're not going to kill themselves. Most people won't. Not even though I claim it. Nice. I like my new lighter. These are some fucking cancer chemtrails, aren't they? Boo! Mad.
You wait too long, your ice cream will melt.
That is correct. Chemtrails are not a conspiracy theory. Like I have explained in my previous broadcasts, chemtrails are a conspiracy fact, like their conspiracy to create a global government. And they of course want to pretend it's in your benefit, so it is no conspiracy. It's like a patient that's forced to get treatment of which the patient may know it will be deadly for him or her. Ah, make bananas, that's awesome. So if they've planned a global jihad, I think in these countries where the military are quite strong, civilized countries, non-Muslim countries, they wouldn't stand any chance. And even if they now start attacking all the civilians, lots of people would be able to defend themselves, of course. Homeland Security has 1 million hollow point bullets or more. No, much more, I think. I'd have to check how many they have. Department of Homeland Security. DHS hollow point. 1 million would not be enough, I guess. Hmm. 1.6 billion rounds of ammo for Homeland Security. Forbes.com. It's a question mark in there.
I wonder why they call one single bullet a round.
I think you can all think for yourselves how we can prevent the depopulation to 500 million and how to survive it yourself. A survival's own strategy is fun, like planting a little seed and seeing a strawberry plant come out of it, etc. You said something about insane depopulation to 500 million plants. You said something, I didn't catch what you were saying.
I said something about rounds.
Rounds, 1.6 billion rounds of hollow point bullets.
Well, I don't understand why they call one bullet a round.
Rounds of ammo.
Maybe because it's round, but it sounds rather ridiculous. A round gives you the idea of a series.
Right. Department of Homeland Security, 1.6 billion bullets, hollow point. Now the end begins.com. But of course the end is there to prevent. Preventing it all. Before they ban this, okay. defended to the bandit, of course. DHS stands for Department of Homeland Security. So it may be best to stick to carefully constructed plans. Right. But seriously, why do you think DHS needs 1.6 billion hollow point bullets? Hollow point bullets they split open in your body and they do more damage than normal bullets. Basically.
I think it's criminal what they're doing.
Bullets kick. You think it's criminal what they're doing? Well, the cancer chemtrails are obviously in depopulating the earth. Is they're supposed to protect and serve the taxpayers, the civilians. So no doubt the government is also engaged in criminal activities, but I think most of them are still doing the right thing until they have replaced it with the shadow government. So I think two things can be done. One is trying to prevent and expose it all, and the other is preparing to survive it if it goes down anyway. Which lots of people doubt, and that's also good. We don't have to pretend that World War has already started and nobody without a radiological water filter will be able to survive. Because they might believe whatever people say, and then if there are no people left that claim that there cannot be a world war, etc., then that might occur if they think, that person also thinks it will occur and it's all pre-planned or whatever, and it's also in the Bible by means of deception that we shall do war or something, for Mossad's slogan. Not to fear the enemy in battle, and they push that button and then MAD occurs and they're all fucked. Then the scalar world war starts and it's possible that everybody without a Tesla plasma shield would die. And then you and I will be the only ones left, and then we'll have to reproduce to save the human race.
Why are we going
Yes!
Why are we going to be left?
No, I'm kidding. It's, why are we going to be left? Well, it's another brilliant question, of course. But one idea can be that we're not in a big city like Amsterdam, and if they're gonna nuke big cities mainly, then that's where ground zero is, and that's where most people would die from the blast already. But I think I made lists of other reasons why not to do it, basically. Sorry?
No.
You want to say?
I was thinking maybe we try to find an abandoned farmhouse somewhere in the middle of nowhere. But
Yeah. Switzerland is a neutral country. So,
Switzerland,
yeah, many people love to go skiing. They like the avalanches and everything.
I didn't say Switzerland.
You didn't say Switzerland, I said Switzerland.
Yeah. You can't move all the stuff over that kind of a distance.
No. But who cares about stuff in such situations? Of course, saving your life is more important because otherwise you will never have stuff again.
Yeah.
So then a prepper bag is also a good idea. Which you can take with you in your car. And the TomTom has to be prepared against EMP. P is against EMP. It's about 10.
What is the
o'clock.
evidence about the EFP?
What is the evidence? Well, there are people that have written articles that think that ISIS, whether they are Mossad, CIA or not, may have planned the EMP attack.
I mean,
And that it
evidence about EMP.
would kill
not
millions.
what people are planning or thinking.
It would kill millions of people. The evidence about EMP?
Yes.
Do you mean that it exists, or?
That it exists and how it works. And how you do it.
Well, you can build your own electromagnetic pulse generator. They show on YouTube how that's built, and then you could take out people's cancer cell phones, for example. And they might also do that with HARP. So it's wireless energy. They can never prove it anyway. So then you might save another life that way by taking out the cancer cell phone. How noble.
So you have seen an instruction how to build an EMP generator?
Yeah, it's on YouTube. But of course, if Russia is preparing for World War III and doing exercises, then perhaps we should follow in Russia's noble footsteps. It's just an idea. I mean, spending a lot on defense is wonderful, but if you don't know what to do when something happens, then it's all kind of in vain. With these scalar weapons, it all goes down very fast, basically. So they could run computer simulations of the outcome. But theoretically there are ways to deal with HARP, of course, if you have scalar weapons, etc. So I'd have to study if these ionospheric heaters are all controlled by the same people. According to some sources online, the Nostradamus quadrants predict that the ionospheric heaters of better weapons will create the next ice age. High-power ELF radiation generated by modulated HF heating of the ionosphere can cause earthquakes, cyclones, and localized heating. Chemtrailsplanet.files.wordpress.com. So here on climateviewer.org we can see the ionospheric heaters, Tromso, and get 3D.
Well, what do you see on the slides allocation?
Well, here we see Breivik, Ice Vein, so it's located over there. What can you see besides its location, was your question?
Well, I don't know. The location is one of the questions.
So, if there are people that think that the dental torture was not done with HARP, then please let me know which ionospheric heater or satellite or who is behind that. Basically, I'm trying to find it out. And I determine the direction of the beam with the grounders van de Graaff generator. I'm measuring the angle basically. But of course that's not super accurate.
Well, that's super accurate.
So I don't believe that they've switched HARP off or anything like this. And if it's on some website, mainstream media website or governmental website, then I don't believe it either. So there are several ways to verify things, and if it's important, then that's a good idea. First verify it with all the hoaxers and scammers and other people out there. Draai dit laten ruiken. So I had one mosquito bite here on my arm, and it was really a thick, turned into a bump basically.
And what did you do to treat it?
Several things. Now it's almost gone. Er was colloidal silver, prickweg, jelly, specifically for this type of insect bites. Now I'm using the coconut oil with the tea tree and other essential oils and stuff. So another technique can be tune out and drop in. So what's your favorite movie of all time?
My favorite movie of all time. There used to be a French movie of a street artist. I forget the name.
Hmm. French movie about a street artist.
Yeah. The pantomime artist.
I think I asked you once before and I might have already seen it, but I'm not certain.
I haven't watched it in a long time. I don't know if it would still be my favorite now.
So the amount of snow keeps on growing.
Why?
Why? Because it doesn't melt apparently.
Okay. That's logical.
So the wettest month of June ever in the Netherlands sucks pretty much. We also had hail
Yeah.
recently. But the next ice age caused by HARP would suck even more, I think.
Yes.
So some grey weeks are great, basically. Compared to nuclear winter, next ice age. So we have nuclear winter, next ice age, solar storm, EMP.
Yeah.
These are all potential candidates for their depopulation to 500 million. And of course it goes without saying that I'm anti-human culling and depopulation, but I made a Facebook page about it anyway. It's entitled, just a title. So I'm not for it.
Have you ever seen a reason why they picked 500 million as a goal of population?
Well, perhaps 500 million is the only number at which sustainable development can be maintained in their eyes.
I don't think it can be.
That is wonderful.
That's why it's so stupid to reduce the population, because the economy will come to a standstill.
An infinite number of developments keep on occurring and unfolding in front of our eyes every second, so let's enjoy it. But what were you saying about the economy or something?
Yeah, the economy will come to a standstill because there are no people to run it, to work, to produce.
After they depopulated 500 million, yeah. But now they could perceive it like there are too many people, basically. So you have the influx of immigrants, and you, on the other hand, you have robots and free energy, and neural networks, etc. So less jobs. But I wouldn't invest everything in a cure against aging either. And some people think there are at least 7 factors that control aging, and they're working on covering them all. And some people think that HARP may have time travel capability, and that it can do a lot of other things besides modify the weather. So I claim they can also torture people with it, and that they're torturing me with it at this very moment. Also, I'm hurting my spine with HARP. It could also be iSCAT or somewhere near there, of course. It's a rough measurement. I may have published the angle that I measured from the boat.
What angle are you talking about?
Well, when dental torture was occurring, I used the grounded Van de Graaff generator. Actually, it got in between the beam and the tortured body part by accident, and it partially deflected the beam onto other body parts. So then the question is also if it's done by Russians or by someone else, rather than HARP that have done dental torture to other people. I remember that there are other targeted individuals that have written about the dental torture that they've done. Not just Timothy Trespass, but also many others. I could get into that to study what they think about it, if they do it with satellites or with microwaves. I think it's impossible to do that with microwaves, obviously. And I know that for sure that scalar waves are real, as proven by Dr. Mile at MEYL. He also shows how you can produce these scalar waves for yourself, so there's no big top secret thing or anything. So I think that's quite a number, 15 of these scalar interferometers or ionospheric heaters or scalar weapons. Okay, I think
Ready?
I've done, yeah, I'm ready.
Hmm.
So my channel has about 24,000 views and 72 likes.
So. 2,000 views.
22 or 24,000. So that's the beginning.
It doesn't say how long these people use it.
Yeah, that's another question.
It did not like it.
Well, somebody wrote that the microphone quality was bad, and I should do something about that. Of course I've tried, but it's very hard to broadcast without the monitor on, and it causes the hum. Even when I use a ferrite ring around it, basically. So I think that's also not good for my body to expose my body to it, so I should buy another type LED monitor. But the longer we wait, the cheaper they become, basically. An LED monitor this size is probably way too expensive. Still way too expensive for me, anyway.
burn it all off.
About what?
Oil.
About oil. What type of oil? I think extra virgin coconut oil is the best.
Crude oil.
Oh, cancer crude. And are the barrels going up or down? More gallons or less
What's been
gallons?
happening is due to the drop in the oil price, there are lots of oil companies that have to shut down. They're bankrupt because they couldn't sustain the operation. It's a deal with price of the oil. So it means that oil production has been going down. Because oil companies have stopped operation. And there are some oil companies that are left over and have to sell the market. Because there is in fact a shortage of oil, price will go up a lot. And the same sequence of events has occurred once before. And if it happens now again, it means that it's an opportunity to make the limits not so high.
But what created the scarcity the previous time?
I think these were actions by Saudi Arabia. I don't know exactly what they did. Limit their production or something like that. And they're rich enough so that they can afford to get by on a lower price for the oil.
Well, then the oil would come from somewhere else, probably if they do it too long or too much. But then you could make use of that, of course, theoretically, but after probably longer term investments. And perhaps it's better to use auto trader or something to look at which people had more success with what website or program. By putting on auto trade.
It shows it's wet.
Yeah.
You know that?
Yeah, you're sweating.
That's sweat.
Sweat, yeah. And that's good. I need to sweat once in a while. It's also good to detoxify, get stuff out of our body. So to sweat a lot.
follow their recommendations. It's just like the research of energy questions in the oil and offering a service which you're making a business about. It's sort of trade which you should not do. He's saying that there's a chance, there's a potential of making 40 times your investment. Okay, between 40 and 60 times your investment. And of course you have to make the right investments in the right company and following all the energy companies something not what I'm thinking.
But I think it's just good to be prepared so that if there's an EMP tomorrow and all the banks are gone after that, and so is your money, to also have gold or something else yourself.
Of course, yeah.
So I bought a cheap pen with gold in it on eBay. And how?
What?
A cheap pen? Pen
Pen.
with gold, yes. So sometimes there are also cheap items on eBay with gold in them.
Depends on how much gold is in them. Pens are usually gold plated.
Yeah, it may be nice. It's,
So that's why it's cheap. Of course, gold is pretty expensive now.
but I think it's still an awesome deal. Good pen deals on eBay. For the price, I think it's an excellent pen, especially these roller balls.
If you need a pen, you keep talking about investments.
Well, I see that as a form of investment, so that you get some gold. It's not necessary to buy it at a bank, and so it can also be a beautiful object. It doesn't have to be a little bar of gold, basically. Especially if you buy used stuff and things like that made of gold, and perhaps it's a good deal, and then the value of the gold is even higher than what you paid for the item. They have a nice item and some gold.
People who sold that stuff, that's stupid idea. You can also calculate how much the gold is worth.
Well, some people can't, and some people are stupid, and some people need money, etc. In those times they can sell these items. Sometimes it's ridiculously high, and sometimes there's no prices, of course.
Well, my conclusion is there must be a number of oil companies whose stock price will be rising a lot. And of course, it's going to be exploited with the primary options. And if these Make a good forecast of the direction you can do.
Plus you have to have non-hoaxing real a real one that also pays you your money that you made, if you make any money with it. But I still think they can hoax it and control it with synthetic telepathy, the market, as well as the auto trader, anything electronic, virus, energy. Now watch out for a mosquito in the room. So like this, it looks a little bit like the Kremlin, what we see on the screen.
The Kremlin is on the screen. Well, the shape of these tops is not like the Kremlin.
Right. But it reminded me of it anyway. Kremlin, back to my skin. So one idea I have is we can all think of something wonderful whenever we want. So
Think of it if you want to.
So perhaps we should always remember that at all times. You can think of it, but you won't get it. Well, I was thinking, I don't know what you mean, but I was thinking strawberries and cream, for example, or sexual ideas, whatever is the most pleasing, the most wonderful idea to you. We can think of that whenever we want to. When we have unpleasant thoughts or whatever.
You can think of it.
That isn't the way hypnosis to let us think of the most wonderful thing automatically. But isn't that what they want us to do, so they can slow kill us with heart and nobody can do anything about it? Well, if nobody can do anything about it, then it's still better to spend your time thinking of wonderful things, if you must think, or having sex or whatever, dating, going to the bar. I hope you heard it. Or kill it, basically, because on universal peace. But, so people don't get it nasty disease. But at the moment, I'm not certain about who did it with herbs, so I wouldn't kill anyone, even if I had my choice of any person influence. I wouldn't know how to do it. So. But I think it would be wise to carry in these times of peril, carry a gun. Perhaps even if you don't have a license, because it's better to survive than to die. It's better to go to jail than to die. And not being able to defend yourselves against tyrants with guns and knives, etc. For example, Muslims that think they have to drive over or shoot loads of non-Muslims, etc. So if that's a Trump question also, how would things have unfolded if one of these people in Orlando would have had a gun? With that shooter that shot 50 people or something, and that carrier could have shot that person. Not that I believe or am convinced that the Orlando shootings were real, but it's just a hypothetical question basically. Switzerland also has a civil army, and they are a neutral country, and perhaps Europe could also become neutral. But okay, if a country is neutral, that doesn't mean that another country cannot invade it anymore, I guess. So we can call ourselves neutral as well, what does it mean? So Switzerland has no allies. Wouldn't they'd be incredibly easy to take over then by Iran or whatever.
How?
Nobody suspects ISIS attacks in Israel. Isn't it illegal to ask how?
Is it illegal?
Well, yeah, I'm
Ask
kidding a
how?
little bit. It's
What do you say?
I am kidding. Yes, yes, sir. But yes, Switzerland has been a neutral country. You could argue illegally, of course. But okay, if there would be a world war, then that nuclear cloud is also going to reach Switzerland, etc., and other countries around the globe, of course, even if they're not nukes. Even if they're neutral countries, how much difference? How much difference it will make? That's another question.
Well, it really amounts to the human race committing suicide.
Human race committing suicide. Global Jonestown. Everybody getting cyanide injections behind the left shoulder blade. And they
But
claim
I
it was
mean-
suicide, of
I
course.
don't mean that, but I mean the idea of this is World War and using nuclear weapons on it.
Nuclear weapons are obsolete because of scalar weapons, but I'm still for getting rid of these weapons of self-destruction.
When you keep talking about the nuclear clouds and so forth,
They've recently used nuclear weapons in Syria, did you know this?
you know,
No, I think most people might not know about it. Especially not if they're brain controlled, and certain people don't want
who
to
has
know.
used them?
Who has used them was I guess the US. I'd have to look it up. But it's wrong to say the US used them if the Jesuits did it, and many Americans, perhaps a majority, would disagree with it. But they think that the risk of using nuclear weapons is too high. We're all surrounded with these weapons of self-destruction. That we shouldn't do anything to provoke anything, and just live our lives without depopulating and have some fun for a change. Do something we really like.
Right, okay.
That's a radical idea.
Let's get started with
It's so funny. Yes, wonderful dreams, and thank you for your wonderful company. It was awesome. Oh, almost full moon. Or is it full moon? I is the moon full. I'm turning off the snow. You know, it must be hard, otherwise it cannot disappear that fast. Piano law. Oh goody goody. So yeah, with this freestyle type of broadcast, sometimes you have good moments, and sometimes you have moments that suck utterly, and that is also what makes my broadcast interesting to watch. It's not always a standard formula, like Controlled Opposition, Christopher Green, and Lisa Haven, Alex Jones, etc. And I'm gonna pick a pipe. So here you see my sick pipe. Sick. Works. See these people looking, and I say that like, let's get some tobacco in it to kill ourselves for the New World Order. The oldest people in the world were smokers. The oldest woman in the world was a smoker, Miss Gamal. But Miss Gamal died. Not laughing about Miss Gamal though. It's not something we have to think about. It's not gonna change reality, whatever we think. The psychotronic amplifiers don't really amplify our mind power. So all these things I do prevent world war and create universal peace because of my hypnosis. It may seem weird sometimes, but you never know who's watching and what they would think when you say something or do something, and perhaps it's all a matter of sensing and psychic capabilities. And perhaps we all would have been dead in a world war for Iran long ago. If they had not prevented that, basically, a 7-year nuclear winter and a scalar world war. But I am still studying whether it could be possible that they find a way to depopulate 500 million. Or whether there are people that would want to create a 7-year nuclear winter if they could and depopulate to 500 million. Because if these people have access to the thing, then it has to be prevented somehow. Or not. I think life can have a negative value, that nothingness, eternal nothingness, would be preferred by some people in pain, and some other people as well that might suffer from depression and other diseases. And then jumping might be the best way to get rid of ourselves from a very high building. And of course, if you slash your wrists, you have to cut lengthwise in reality. Then you can bleed out in a hot bath, basically, and that would be slipping away. Because the risk and problem is that neither of these methods are 100% safe ways to kill oneself, basically. So perhaps something should be available so people can easily kill themselves. But since it's not, we'll just have to wait until they find something new, some invention that will help us all. You see, there are even parachute jumpers that jumped from a plane with a parachute that didn't open, that survived the fall. So it's no guarantee that you're gonna die if you, for example, jump off the Empire State Building or something. Jump off the WTC or whatever. The Hilton, because John Lennon was there as well. You would have to ask a rabbi if Jews cut themselves off from paradise if they jump. And Sufis might have other thoughts about that. Because it's thou shalt not kill from believers. I remember that vaguely. I think I saw it written on a wall somewhere. And there's an eagle. Kill herself. So otherwise it wouldn't be so much fun. It's, I'm kidding anyway. These people in your heads are always lying and always trying to hurt people. Psychological warfare, etc. Get rid of 7 billion people and play them out against each other, so be careful and make your own plans, think what you can do. You all have a brain. I don't. Okay, my bad. And then we can listen to some music. So I think it's allowed to let them hear a couple of seconds of music basically what I'm listening to, but not to play the whole song.
Mounting evidence Putin will ignite WWII observer. Observer.com. February 11, 2016. Already? Already. Already? Already. A B C D E F G H I J K L M N O P Q R S T U V W X Y Z. It's clearly psychological warfare of the military-industrial complex. The Tate murders, Marilyn Manson, etc. all set up to make people think hippies are bad. The Tate murders, Marilyn Manson, etc. all set up to make people think hippies are bad. SFC scam now. MI5 perps messing with my PC? Illegal interference with evidence of planned democide. Brussels, Prouds, cancer chemtrails in America. CIA. So they're not bringing us coke in America under armed guard at all. It's about haters, not haters and lovers. My advice, create a cure against aging or have sex or masturbate. Most healing ideas first, please. How to prevent the next ISIS attacks. Or do you want them to happen? To find the real ones or whatever. London, New York and Munich remain. Pop music. Walk This Way played backwards sounds more like Kill Satan than Hail Satan. David Thorpe sounds too good to be true. Being a crypto Jew or controlled opposition is not a reason for me to dislike you, let alone to murder you. People have death threatened me recently, that is why I think about this stuff. Super Trooper, bombing Muslims and minarets to prevent further attacks and global tyranny? Jews playing Muslims out against non-Muslims. Glev all government. The difference is why. PJ. Herb cool. By Ceausescu. Covered up. Bang banky. Already? Already. CMO said Paris Brussels Nice. Ongerfen, Brussels. Mossad CIA false flag inside jobs, ongerfen.blogspot.com. CIA Mossad behind Brussels twin terrorist attacks Ramat world. False flag attacks in Brussels CIA Mossad operation, YouTube. Ongerfen, NICE attack 2016, false flag, ongerfen.blogspot.com.
It sounds a bit like angreifen.
Reportedly, Mossad is linked to the attack. The police fence blocking off the promenade were withdrawn just before the attack. Reportedly, the powers that be want you to remember Bastille Day. In October 2014, France's foreign minister said France would recognize a Palestinian state. In November 2015 we had the Paris attacks. In Belgium the parliament agreed to recognize Palestine as a state. Then we had the 2016 Brussels bombings. Norway upgraded the Palestinian mission in Oslo to an embassy in December 2010. Then we had the 2011 Norway attacks. False flag terror attack in France. 1. The 7th July Nice attack looks like an Operation Gladio attack. Operation Gladio/Operation Gladio. An English cafe owner who witnessed the attack from 20 meters away, insisted many had died from gunshot wounds. Daily Mail. Above, several officers are seen grappling with a man at the rear of the truck. In the immediate aftermath of yesterday's attack, there were reports that there was more than one attacker. In a video filmed moments after the truck was stopped, several officers can be seen approaching a suspect lying on the road at the rear of the truck. At least one of the officers can be seen grappling with the individual on the roadway before the man is dragged off by two other policemen. Daily Mail. Witness Nader El-Shafei told the BBC, the driver died inside the vehicle. Daily Mail. On July 14, 2016, gunshots rang out in the streets, with gunmen targeting hotels and cafes in the port city in the south of France. Daily Mail. Bullet holes on driver's side? According to sources quoted by the Israeli website Detoxify, the truck used in the attack in Nice was equipped with bullet-proof windshields, and not a drop of blood on white murder truck. TomatoBubble.com. Mohammed Boulal. The truck driver Mohammed Boulal sent his family £84,000 in the last few days, Jaber Boulal told Mail Online, Daily Mail. Was he being paid by Mossad or the CIA or? 2. Kristen Crouch, above, of Dallas, Texas, was in Dallas when the gunman shot and killed 5 police officers. Kristen was in Nice on July 14 and witnessed the turmoil. Daily Mail. The truck drove very slowly. Oganzuch Gutjar. 3. On July 14, 2016, police shot and killed a driver, Mohammed Lahouali Boulal, who drove a truck at high speed for over 100 yards along the seafront in Nice, hitting a mass of spectators. France reels as Bastille Day attack leaves 84 dead in Nice. Witnesses said Boulal first crashed into crowds near the 5-star Hotel Negresco, then rolled slowly down an otherwise empty road chased by police on foot and, possibly, one on a motorcycle. Daily Mail. The truck driver Mohammed Lahouali Boulal. The truck driver, Boulal, was in the process of getting a divorce. Walid Hamu, a cousin of Boulal's wife Hajar Kalfala, told Mail Online, Boulal was not religious. He did not go to the mosque, he did not pray, he did not observe Ramadan. He drank alcohol, ate pork and took drugs. This is all forbidden under Islam. He was not a Muslim. Daily Mail. The perpetrator, Mohammed Lahouali Boulal, was a local 30-year-old career criminal, known to police. Nice terror attack. Driver who killed 84 on French Riviera was criminal known to police. On March 24, 2016, the truck driver, Mohammed Lahouali Boulal, was given a 6-month suspended prison sentence for armed assault, an altercation following an accident traffic, committed with an improvised weapon, namely a pellet, carried out in January 2016, Le Conducteur du Camion. Le Monde, police shooting at the cab of the truck. On July 14, 2016, gunshots rang out in the streets, with gunmen targeting hotels and cafes in the port city in the south of France. Daily Mail. But, it looks like the truck driver was in the truck's cab. A pistol, several grenades and larger guns were reportedly among the items uncovered from the 25-ton vehicle after the terrifying attack. Reports claim some of these weapons were fake. Terrorist massacre. The Nice terrorist had been parked on the street for nearly 9 hours and even told police he was delivering ice cream. The killer was previously known to police for violence and theft. Despite allegedly questioning the driver, police officers in the southern French city did nothing to move him on as he waited to begin the attack. Heavy-duty lorries are normally banned from the roads during national holidays and Sundays. Daily Mail. It is not clear how the truck was able to breach the barriers to the promenade closed for pedestrians and spectators during the 14th of July celebration. How is it possible that such a crowd is not protected by patrolling police and military? And that in a country under effective martial law? Nice, 14th of July massacre. The alleged killer, 31-year-old Mohammed Lahouali Boulal, was not known to hold radical or Islamist views. The sources said, Bastille Day Nice attacker was married with 3 children. French television station BFM TV reported that he was a divorced father of 3. He didn't pray and liked girls and salsa, according to BFM's crime correspondent. According to BFM TV, he had also recently caused an accident after falling asleep at the wheel while working as a delivery driver, and was taken into custody following the incident. Police found a number of fake weapons and grenades in his vehicle after the attack. Who is the Nice terror attack suspect? Mohammed Lahouali Boulal. 4. Israel gets what it wants. The president of France says, I will now announce that the state of emergency which was meant to be lifted will be extended a further 3 months. Following this we will show real force and military action in Iraq and Syria. Daily Mail. Allegedly, in France, Israel recruits people for ISIS. The Likud Donald Trump gains from the CIA Mossad strategy of tension. Trump, Pence. Nice July 14, 2016. 5. There is a belief that drivers can be mind-controlled and terror incidents can be faked. On December 22, 2014, a bin lorry collided with pedestrians in the city centre of Glasgow, Scotland, killing 6 and injuring 15 others. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The driver of the council-owned vehicle, Harry Clark, said he had passed out at the wheel. Glasgow, August 2011. Dramatic World War Z crash scene shot in Glasgow, BBC News. 6. Back on August 19, 2011, a dramatic crash scene for the movie World War Z was being filmed in Glasgow city centre. It included a large refuse truck, as seen above. BBC News continued here. Mirrors. 7. There was a similar accident in Holland, above, whereby 2 hikers were killed by a garbage truck. Twee wandelaars toegering door Wilniswagen in Hilversum, NH. Are these drivers themselves victims of MK Ultra mind control? 8. In December 2014, 2 men plowed their cars into pedestrians in 2 days. Separate incidents that left France reeling. The first driver allegedly shouted Allahu Akbar, God is greatest, as he drove into people in the eastern city of Dijon, injuring 13. The 40-year-old driver had a long history of mental illness, and no ties to jihadist groups, the government said. A day later, a man rammed a white van into a Christmas market in the western city of Nantes, killing 1 person and injuring 9 others. He then stabbed himself several times. Prosecutors said a notebook was found in his vehicle in which he spoke of his hatred for society and said he feared being killed by secret agents. The man committed suicide in his prison cell in 2016 while awaiting trial. Daily Mail. Above we see the Stade de France bomber Bilal Hadfi. The spooks use the kids for child abuse rings and then for acts of false flag terrorism. Ongerfan, Paris attack conspiracy. Inside Job, PSYOP, honorfan.blogspot.com/ 2015/11/ Paris-attack-like-mumbai-attack-in.html, November 13, 2015. The building was where the alleged Paris attacks mastermind Abdelhamid was said to be hiding. The special forces killed Diesel. Ongerfan, Paris terrorists worked for the security. honorfan.blogspot.com/ 2015/11/ The mysterious terrorists in-paris.html, November 13, 2015. Salah's friend Abdelhamid Abu Ilmar el-Belghiki, is now suspected of being the mastermind of the Friday 13th attack in Paris. You visited this page 2 times. Last visit, March 18, 16. Posted by Anon at 7 o'clock. Email this, blog this. Share to Twitter, share to Facebook, share to Pinterest. Labels, Boulot, conspiracy, Dijon, fake, false flag, Gladio, Glasgow, Inside Job, July 2016. Lorry, Nantes, Nice, PSYOP, shooters, truck, 49 comments. Anonymous 15 July 2016 at 1:49 comments. Anonymous 15 July 2016 at 1:41. For sure, another Israeli atrocity. Replies. Anonymous 15 July 2016 at 10:59. Unfair journalism. Pamela Giller had a video uploaded in a speed record time on her propaganda site. Unhonest journalism. Rita Katz had a definitive article on the causes behind the terrorist action. Reality. The only connection so far is with the 2011 web release of Inspire, Al-Qaeda propaganda, where it was suggested to use any means possible to kill the infidels. Car accident was an option. The 31-year-old guy of Tunisian origin did not respect the Ramadan and drank alcohol. His issues with drugs and some mental illness are provided in the article. Reply. Mark 15 July 2016 at 2:19. Measured and good-mannered, sincere and intelligent is the bestowed terror and friends. Real or hoax? Live coverage video. Proper excellent. Probably seen it on Jerfin. Not one for chucking over links, but this one's a corker. An uncorker maybe? Reply. J. July 15, 2016 at 3:23. The picture, Glasgow August 2011, a scene from the movie World War Z. Filmed in Glasgow, a bin lorry crashes down a Brooklyn street. Shortly after, of course, this did happen in real life. Predictive programming. I live near Glasgow and I walked up and down Queen Street right after the actual event. There was no evidence of damaged street furniture. The bin lorry had managed to avoid major damage to any buildings, including not a scratch on the glass-fronted Copethorne Hotel. The lorry had supposedly smashed into it, 30 tons of steel going at full pelt. A tiny sieve of plywood was all that covered the impact. If this was real, the bin lorry would have crashed right through and demolished the building. Fake. Bin lorry accident, reasons for suspicion. http://www.ekiduo.com/ P=1031, Commonwealth Games, Occult connections to the accidents, mind control, apispol, etc. http://www.akiduo.com/ P=1044 4. E. The Clutha accident. Sturgeon and the press hide the truth. http://www.akiduo.com/ P=1023 1. The Clutha accident. http://www.akiduo.com/ P=855 Reply. Anonymous 15 July 2016 at 4:20. Lights. Camera. Action in Nice. You know what I mean. Reply. Replies. Anonymous 15 July 2016 at 11:02. The white truck was parked for 9 hours in the nearby of the promenade on the east side of Nice. Driver, asked by police, told them he had to bring ice creams to some pubs in the lot zone. Reply. Anonymous 15 July 2016 at 4:29. Glasgow in lorry December 22nd, Queen's St. George SQ, Roll Exchange. Inquiry started July 22nd. July 22nd Prince George's birthday. July 22nd Utoya. July 22nd Pied Piper. Glasgow in Bollocks 1 year 1 day before Boleskine fire. Reply. Replies. Anonymous 15 July 2016 at 12:16. I try to steer clear of the weird numbers stuff but damn. Check this. Glasgow in lorry inquiry July 22, 2015, which was 11 months and 22 days before Nice. Nice on July 14, 14/07/16, 1 week plus 1 day short of 1 year since Glasgow inquiry, which was Prince George's first birthday. Utoya July 22, 2011, 22/7/11. Shooting started at 5:22 p.m. Utoya toll of dead 77. 110 injured. 33 by gunfire. Utoya until Nice's 4 years 11 m plus 22 days. Nice incident happened approximately 22.40 and injured 202. Boleskine house fire December 23, 2015. 1 year plus 1 day after Glasgow bin. Boleskine fire was 6 m plus 22 days before Nice. That's a hella valid 07s, 11s and 22s etc. Reply. Anonymous 15 July 2016 at 4:45. I forgot to say. Glasgow CCTV was taken over by an Israeli company only months before bin lorry accident. The company is called, You'll Like This, NICE Systems. http://glasgow.stv.tv/ Article /31713-glasgows-new-surveillance-install-by-Israeli-firm-nice-system/ Reply. Anonymous 15 July 2016 at 5:07. Why not one picture of a dead body? We are shown carnage in the Middle East. No number plates on vehicle, yet driver's papers in glove compartment. How did driver shoot while driving? Was anyone shot? How did all the police, marksmen and armed forces arrive so quickly to shoot a truck once it had been stopped and not before? This woman herds a group of people in one video and says all together, follow me and put your hands up. What's that about? Again, no real fear on people's faces, or sign of any bodies at the time of the truck driving through people. Only the usual drill scenario. Reply. Replies. Anonymous 15 July 2016 at 7:43. Anyone shot? Yes. The LHS of the truck front window, peppered from front view. Aren't French trucks LHD? So the driver on the RHS of the front view, LHS driver, never got hit? Oh, maybe truck was dual drive, a road sweeping one? Also in many vids people appear then disappear only to come back again. Bad CGI? Anonymous 15 July 2016 at 10:15. You can find it on it or Live a League Man. I saw it and I guess they were real dead people. Anonymous 16 July 2016 at 2:33. How about props dummies? Reply. Anonymous 15 July 2016 at 6:08. To quote my friend, the lorry is just 2.5 meter broad, therefore it could only cut an L with a broadness of 2.5 meter. But the dead bodies lie at the left and at the right border of the road. Only an extreme broad supertanker could archive to do this. Therefore I doubt that this footage is real. CGI? The government of France used this alleged terror attack as a pretense to prolongate/extend the totalitarian state of emergency which BTW has become an unlawful permanent/steady state? Reply. Replies. Anonymous 15 July 2016 at 11:03. Zigzagging has been reported by early interviews. Reply. Prevention 15 July 2016 at 6:37. The clearly effective use of a simple common motor vehicle for mass civilian killing is evidence of the degree that terrorist activity has largely been run by elements of the security services. If angry or extremist or twisted individuals simply wish to murder innocent members of the general public, they do not need to conduct difficult and risky operations of acquiring high-capacity firearms, explosives etc., and they do not need to find co-conspirators or collaborators. Extremist individuals who wish to kill innocents can do so simply with a common motor vehicle, easily acquired anywhere at any time. The fact that this is not done more often by the alleged extremist boogeyman shows that much of the terror threat has always been an Operation Gladio-type fraud. Reply. July 15, 2016 at 7:21. Video of lorry by Richard Gutjar, who filmed it because it didn't match the image. http://www.spiegel.de/politics/Ausland/ Richard-Gutjar-Journalist-Film-Dan-Anschlag-1103106.html. Gutjar is the husband Einat Wealth, a Knesset member of Washington think tank Washington Institute of Near East Policy, Jewish People Policy Institute and the Bay Foundation. Reply. Prevention 15 July 2016 at 8:03. Curious twist from Zionist Jewish USA writer David P. Goldman, also known as Spindler. He says the reason so many attackers are known to the security services is that Muslim extremist leaders have taken the Muslim traitor police informers and flipped them against the Western governments. The informers are given a choice between dishonorable death with eternal hell, or being a Muslim martyr suicide bomber and going to heaven. Goldman, a co-owner of Asia Times, writes, perpetrators already known to the authorities committed 10 of the highest profile attacks between 2013 and 2015. Blackmailing Muslim criminals to inform on prospective terrorists is the principal activity of European counter-terrorism agencies. Every Muslim in Europe knows this. The terrorists, though, have succeeded in turning the police agents sent to spy on them and forcing them to commit suicide attacks to expiate their sins. This has become depressingly familiar. The terrorists, in other words, are adding insult to injury. By deploying police snitches as suicide attackers, terrorists assert their moral superiority and power over Western governments. The message is well understood among the core constituencies of the terrorist groups. The superiority of Islam turns around the depraved criminals whom the Western police send to spy on us, and persuades them to become martyrs for the cause of Islam. Western European Muslims fear the terrorists more than they fear the police. Goldman recommends mass deportation of Muslims in order to terrorize them into informing on terrorists in their midst. http://atimes.com/2016/07/ What-terrorist-r-winning-the-intelligence-war/.
Universal
Reply.
peace.
Anonymous 15 July 2016 at 9:10. For the first couple of hours, the official death count was at least 77. Then they upped it to over 80 and then to 84, which is 77 plus 7. It happened on July 14th, 14 being 2 sevens, so 7 14ths equals 7/7 plus 7 equals 777. 77 is a multiple of 11, and 777 is a multiple of 111. So once again, it's an all too obvious case of Illuminati numerology. The repeated attacks on France are also designed to terrorize France's 500,000 plus Jews, the biggest Jewish population in Europe, into fleeing to Israel. In the wake of each attack, Bibi has immediately demanded that French Jews pull up stakes and head to Tel Aviv. The real reason, of course, is not to ensure their safety. Jews are far safer in France than in Israel, but to help solve Israel's demographic crisis. http://20www.veteranstoday.com/2016/07/77 dead/. Replies. Anonymous 15 July 2016 at 12:58. The Dallas shooting was on July 7, 16 7/7 firsts plus 6 equals 7, which is 7 days before this July 14, 16, which by your calculations would be a quadruple 7. 7,777,777 equals 7 sevens. Wow, They are really pushing out the sevens, almost like a conjuring, a called in solo. Reply, Anonymous 15 July 2016 at 9:40. http://www.veteranstoday.com/ 2015/07/11/ hack-of-Netanyahu-chief-of-staff-shows-Israeli-control-of-ISIS/. Reply, Anonymous 15 July 2016 at 10:41. All adepts both from the right and left path work with gematria when involved in operations. Please see the meanings for the numeral value 84. http://www.billhydrick.com/ work/ hgm1/ hg0080.htm. Reply, The George July 15, 2016 at 11:46. If anything proves the night's event was fake, it is this photograph. Notice the wounds in the white pants as pure as the driven snow. Then the press blurred the photo to protect us from the horrific injuries. Nice try. A tale of two photos prove Nice deception. http://www.conspiracy-cafe.com/ app/ blog/ show/ 44081191-a-tale-of-2-photos-prove-nice-deception. Reply, replies, Anonymous 16 July 2016 at 8:33. Yeah, I know. Live League. Graphic aftermath of terrorist attack in Nice, France. Bastille Day. Raw footage of aftermath. http://www.liveleague.com/ view ?i=f_14686125113 Isolo, Anonymous 16 July 2016 at 12:18. Are you blind or just stupid? The live leak video does not show anyone or anything being hit by a truck. Just shaky cam, blurry focus, some noise, and veering away from the action at the critical moment. So we see nothing at all. Hundreds of people, but no video worth a dime, and no video showing the truck going more than 5 miles per hour. In fact, in the video that they say shows the truck speeding up to 40 miles an hour, people running behind it, keeping pace with the truck. Why aren't they in the Olympics then? FFS, Charlie Chaplin films were more convincing. If you are so fond of live leak as a source, why don't you look at the numerous videos of real people who have been run over by a truck, not the dummies and gold foil burritos in Nice? See anything like this in Nice? http://www.liveleague.com/ view ?be1_14615537565 or this http://www.liveleague.com/ view ?IE8_14609645535 WTFU and stop falling for the propaganda. Las Carina, Anonymous 17 July 2016 at 7:25. I guess I'm just stupid. Lol. I always thought I was a pretty good judge for myself, and I'll stick with that when I see carcasses with drying blood and guts smeared all over the streets. I'm telling y'all, you dum-dums that want to believe no one died are barking up the wrong tree. It's not only untrue, it's beside the point. Isolo. Reply, Anonymous 15 July 2016 at 11:53. See this. http://www.globalresearch.ca/ selected-articles-the-nice-terror-attack-towards-martial-law/ 5536085. Reply, Anonymous 15 July 2016 at 12:33. I had a feeling of foreboding last month when I read that Chelsea Clinton had given birth. I figured that some sort of terrorist event would be arranged to mark the birth. For some reason I thought it would be this month, and having seen previous posts on here about numerology anytime about now was what I expected. Reply, Anonymous 15 July 2016 at 13:10. Nice piece of agitprop, anxiety fueling and Hollywood reality with the aim of most of the population to blunt, to keep silence, to distract from the truth. The implementation of a debtor, a so-called figure in this case like an ISIS individual, and relief head for full martial law like global sinister practices, numerology and esoteric spick and span. What I want to make it clear. http://mediumdigital.com/ index.php/2016/ 07/15/ https://jasanalysis-com-2016-07-power-drill/ reply anonymous 15 July 2016 at 14:10. Meanwhile, Turkey coup at CIA instigation. This article from March, http://www.defenddemocracy.press/ Turkey-military-coup possible/ reply anonymous 15 July 2016 at 16:27. I saw a video on the BBC News about this. The truck is driving slowly, then some armed officers are at the sides of it and front. They shoot through the windows, then the truck speeds up and apparently runs people over. Seems strange. Maybe the shooting of the driver is what caused him to drive into people. Replies anonymous 16 July 2016 at 8:48. I think Onjurfan has already done a good job alluding to how the security services get their hooks into men like these. There are multitudes of blackmail techniques, bribery. Daily Mail just reported that Bulal sent a large sum of money to his poverty-stricken parents, $110,000 or £84,000. There's that number 84 twice, and combinations of drugs that could have motivated Mr. Bulal. But, perhaps you are right, maybe the hornet's nest had to be kicked in order to start stinging. Isolo. Reply anonymous 15 July 2016 at 16:31. Now a supposed military coup in Turkey, lots of distractions and terror going on. That in the push for racial tension in USA. Funny though, after these incidents banking shares tend to go up and down as well, and new laws are pushed through for our safety and well-being. So lucky they care about us so much, aren't we? Reply anonymous 15 July 2016 at 16:33. Maybe the suspect was already dead in the vehicle and a second person drove it through the crowd. The Independent is reporting some bullshit scenario in which a hero member of the public jumped in and wrestled with suspect, allowing police to open fire, shoot up an already dead suspect. Look into that. There's a mainstream article highlighting the glaring inconsistencies in WTADSS accounts and media reporting how the French GOVT asked social media not to post fake witness reports and pictures footage. Gladio C? Where have the powers that be, CIA, NATO, Israel, recruited Gladio operatives from? My guess would be the French Legion. Considering? Reply anonymous 15 July 2016 at 16:51. http://onjurfan.blogspot.co.uk/ 2013/06/ plot-to-split-up-turkey.html ? M=1 article from a few years ago, plot to split up Turkey. Reply anonymous 15 July 2016 at 18:59. The presumed foreseen Denise Vivin Itamoni de Tunisi, affirmant ni pas la coupable du massacre. http://www.lelibrepenser.org/ LE-4scene-GE-9/Vivint-et-Temoni-DE-Tunisi-affirmant-any-pas-coupable-du-massacre/ reply sovereignty of 15 July 2016 at 23:38. Bulal had a criminal record, including a history of threats, violence, petty theft, and earlier this year was sentenced to 6 months in prison for a road rage incident. Tehran, FNA, a heroic motorcyclist died trying to stop the Nice attacker, German journalist Richard Gutjahr says. Mr. Gutjahr told the BBC, all of a sudden, with all the people, all the families celebrating, this truck was approaching, and it was approaching very slowly, so it didn't really rush, but you could ask yourself, what is a truck doing in the heart of this? News.com reported. He then saw a motorcyclist attempt to stop the lorry before being run over, before police officers tried to shoot the driver in an attempt to stop him. Meanwhile, a cousin of Mohammed Lahouari Bulal's wife says the Nice killer was a nasty piece of work who beat his wife and was not a Muslim. Walid Habu, a cousin of Nice suspect Bulal's wife Hajar Kalfala, told Mail Online, Bulal was not religious. He did not go to the mosque, he did not pray, he did not observe Ramadan. He drank alcohol, ate pork and took drugs. This is all forbidden under Islam, he said. He was not a Muslim, he was AS. He beat his wife, my cousin, he was a nasty piece of work. French police raided Bulal's home and held his estranged wife for questioning after he drove a lorry into a crowd celebrating Bastille Day, killing 84 people, injuring 202 others and leaving another 52 in a critical condition. Police found 2 automatic weapons, ammunition, a mobile phone and documents in the truck, as well as fake weapons at his home. Bulel, 31, was married with 3 children, but it is reported that the couple were going through divorce proceedings. He came from the Tunisian town of Msaka, in which he last visited 4 years ago, and was a chauffeur and deliveryman. Bulel had a criminal record, including a history of threats, violence, petty theft, and earlier this year was sentenced to 6 months in prison for a road rage incident. http://ian.farsnews.com/ newstext.aspx $N = 139504260000279. Reply. Anonymous 16 July 2016 at 0:35. The truck had bulletproof screen. http://www.hispanv.com/ noticia/ francia/ 281868/ Camion-Niza-Parabrises-Antibalas-Attack-Atentado. Reply. Replies. Anonymous 16 July 2016 at 8:57. This is a bit more believable to explain away Jim Stone's outrageous theory that they were stickers, but that would be a bit of an oddity now, wouldn't it? Why in the world would a common bin lorry, Gishulamis, truck here in Morica have bulletproof windows? Well, dolts like Stone might say they were stickers. Others could explain away the non-splintering of the windshield as bullet velocity, or a very good brand of protective non-sharding auto glass ORs we have witnessed in many of these false flag events staged by the elites in Oklahoma City and bombings abroad. These white vans could have very well been a security services outfitted former surveillance van to begin with. A solo. Reply. Anonymous 16 July 2016 at 2:31. Check out Jim Stone's point on that. He nails it very well. Reply. Replies. Anonymous 16 July 2016 at 7:19. Jim Stone is turning out to be a real moron, stating that not one bullet hole was real on the bin lorry truck that killed 84 in Nice, that they were stickers. This guy and spurious speculation like this gives us all a bad name. I'm done with his brand of world-class investigative truth. Occult and solo. Anonymous 16 July 2016 at 9:18. See Jim. If you're worth any beans at all, I know you read this site. http://www.liveleak.com/ view ?I = F1C_14686646625. Real bullets. C. I don't have a problem with some of Jim's work, but I do see a lot of sensationalism and ego in his material. Oh, he's got it on lockdown. Myth busted, hoax solved. C. These people overuse the terms hoax and false flag and don't take the time to explain the intricacies of such false flags. Yes, they are indeed hoaxes in a sense, but the term hoax has already been whitewashed to mean something entirely different in the mainstream psyche. I don't know, for someone that purports to be so clandestine and so knowledgeable with such mystery surrounding him, he is surely turning that around to look like a real idiot. We have to start being as concise as Arjurfan in implying the smoke and mirrors these people use to obfuscate the truth, in any great illusion, and excuse the pun, Jim. The holes are part of the con too, holes in the story. Jim, and it seems you are falling for them hook, line, and sinker. Occult and solo. Anonymous 16 July 2016 at 9:52. I agree with you. But I think the spurious facts and inaccuracies are deliberate, to try to discredit people legitimately searching for the truth and muddy the waters. Reply. Anonymous 16 July 2016 at 5:51. Small thing but that picture of Glasgow is from the film World War Z, which was indeed partly filmed in Glasgow. As I understand it. Reply. Anonymous 16 July 2016 at 7:14. Holland seems impervious to the logic that the state of emergency martial law, which did not prevent this event, will be just as unlikely to do so after being extended, or at least he hopes the gullible herd will be impervious to such logic. At any rate, he is working hard to do his bit to enable Greater Israel to loot the Golan Heights for all that oil. Reply. Anonymous 16 July 2016 at 9:29. Anonymous 15 July 2016 at 1:41. For sure, another Israeli atrocity. I mean, isn't it as obvious as the hand on your face that this manufactured tragedy, and the reasons France is getting attacked so hard, is so that they will be the first allied force used in renewed Syrian aggressions? France is also the occult center of the world. So tragedies like these only serve as wonderful sacrifices to their god, YHWH, Baal, Lucifer, Osiris Penis, the Eiffel Tower. So much so I guess that it was smoking the same night. http://www.liveleak.com/ View I = 6C_1468541584. A called in solo. Reply. Sovereignty 16 July 2016 at 9:45. Also on Thursday. Following the questioning by law enforcement officials for 15 hours on Thursday of Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's former chief of staff Ari Haro, Channel 2 has reported that the interrogation of Haro focused on the conduct of the Prime Minister himself and that Netanyahu and perhaps other members of his family are expected to be questioned under caution, meaning as criminal suspects. The report by Channel 2 journalist Amnon Abramovich aired on Friday. The potential investigation of the Prime Minister follows information provided to law enforcement by a source close to Netanyahu, Abramovich said. The current investigation would reportedly apparently be carried out not only in Israel, but also in the United States and France. Earlier this month, Channel 10 reported that Netanyahu is being investigated in connection with a massive money laundering scheme. http://www.harts.com/ Israel-news/ Reply. Anonymous 16 July 2016 at 9:58. Absolutely right. This rang alarm bells from the start. Clearly other people involved, only underscored by the mainstream media laboring from very early on the claim that the perpetrator was working alone. ID found at the scene. Excessive body count, beyond what a lone lunatic could have caused. ISIS claiming responsibility even though the perpetrator clearly wasn't religious. The list goes on. Reply. Anonymous 16 July 2016 at 13:11. Why is France getting attacked? It all started after France said they were going to recognize Palestine as a state, then they started getting odd terror events which are used to demonize Muslims. The same happened with Belgium after they started moving in the same direction. Norway also had a mass killing after they sided with Palestine. A pro-Palestine and anti-Israel political youth organization was attacked, leaving 77 dead. In October 2014, France's foreign minister said France would recognize a Palestinian state even if peace talks with Israel fails. In November 2015 we had the Paris attacks. In Belgium the parties of the new centre-right government agreed to recognize Palestine as a state. The Chamber of Representatives adopted a resolution in favor of this motion in 2015. Then we had the 2016 Brussels bombings. Norway upgraded the Palestinian mission in Oslo to an embassy in December 2010, and Foreign Minister Jonas Gahr Store called for the creation of a Palestinian state within a year. Then we had the 2011 Norway attacks. http://yournewswire.com/ false-flag-terror-attack-in-France-sees-harsh-military-rules-imposed/ Reply. Bullet holes on driver's side? Nice truck HAD horror bullet resistant windshield detoxify exclusive report July 15, 2016, 10:49 a.m.
Propaganda on the internet, been in contact with ISIS activists in Syria and Turkey, and plan join the terrorist organization.
At least 84 people were killed when a huge truck drove into crowds celebrating Bastille Day in the French Riviera town of Nice on the famous Promenade des Anglais Seafront Thursday night in a horrific Islamist terror attack. Hundreds more were injured. From the initial investigation of attack in the French resort city of Nice, it is clear that the large truck used to run down dozens of people on the promenade was carefully prepared for the attack, DEBKA Falaise counterterrorism sources report. The windshield and side windows apparently the cab of the bulletproof glass were made. In other words, the driver carried out the attack while sitting in the cab protected that IHAD built for himself. It was the first time for STIM method to be used by terrorists. Damage to the windshield showed that some, if not all, of the bullets fired at the cab did not penetrate it. The fact that the windshield was not broken, and the bullets left round holes without cracks, show the windshield that had been replaced with bulletproof glass or a bullet-resistant layer of protective plastic. Our sources point out that if the police in Nice, who have already been on a terror alert for an entire year, had been properly prepared for the large-scale event on a national holiday, they would have had more powerful and effective weapons that would have hit the terrorist as I sat in the driver's seat, or at least reliable been to stop the truck by puncturing tires. Its fire from the kind of handguns used by the Nice police cannot stop a speeding truck of this kind. As it was, the terrorist lived to jump out and open fire on the crowds before being gunned down himself. Earlier Detoxify described the event. At least 84 people were killed when a huge truck drove into crowds celebrating Bastille Day in the French Riviera town of Nice on the famous Promenade des Anglais on Thursday night in a horrific Islamist terror attack. Hundreds more were injured. Before I was shot dead by police, the driver opened fire on the throng. People were advised to stay home and keep cars off the roads there in case of armed men out on the town. Police gunfire was an attempt to stop the huge truck, which continued to plow at a speed of 70 kph into the crowds of families and tourists watching a fireworks display. Guns and hand grenades were later found stowed in the truck. Police say the driver was 31 and of Tunisian origin. This appears to be the deadliest terrorist attack in France since the Paris outrage last year. President François Hollande extended the national state of emergency that was due to expire next week by another 3 months and recalled police reservists to duty across France. In share, by Taboola-sponsored links from the web. Your boss will absolutely hate this game. Join millions of addicted players now. Sparta online game. 24 terrifyingly smart celebs. Zest VIP. Des Trehaden de Loteri Newt Mogen Winnen. More dead and hit well. TheLauder.com. End your nightly snoring nightmare.
So the original article on that profile is in Spanish. And well, I find it kind of interesting indeed that they ask bullet holes on driver's side, question mark. When you look at these pictures of the truck that it was done with, there are almost, but I haven't studied it, I haven't seen a video of the driver doing it, etc. just yet. But if you start studying it, then you might find that the Orlando shootings may also be fake, etc. There are people reporting that these attacks are fake. And of course people reporting that ISIS is CIA, Mossad, Israeli Secret Intelligence Service, etc. And I just don't think it's right to demolish the WTC to start a war of terror. But okay, if they have time travel capability and it's better for the people of planet Earth, then I'd be all for it, of course. To create a permanent cure against aging, a perfect society in which we all will live happily eternally, which is possible because everything is energy. And repeating it makes sense. The more people start creating that cure against aging we need, and life extension technology, the more we'll have of it and the cheaper it will be for everyone. And I hope they have it on time for everyone so that they don't die of aging, etc. So I think obstructing people who want to kill us all is a good thing to do, and also making sure that the people that are looking for a cure against aging can do their job and get enough financing, etc. And the other point was that I think that real terrorists can be killed with HARP, that they don't need drones. And drones may also emit radiation, of course. But okay, these big ones, well, there's so many other things that emit cancer, cell phone radiation, other types. So that's another thing to check and get out of and switch off if you don't use it. And if people don't measure it, then often they don't know. Quite a couple of mosquitoes. And not a drop of blood on white murder truck. So do they do this deliberately? Well, if you rule out the impossible, what does this mean? Well, that you should distrust authority and never question authority, basically. Because people have been killed for questioning authority.
United Uzala, a Jewish NGO, is said to be a Mossad front.
Universal peace.
Je suis Mossad. Brussels, Israeli backstory emerges as Mossad connection revealed. Monday, March 28, 2016, 17:2. Before its news.
Alright, I already knew the building had fallen before it fell, basically. It's pretty funny.
The 3/22 Brussels bombings could only have occurred with the full support of Mossad, CIA, MI6 and DGSE. TMR editors note, it looks like the Mossad just sent a very strong message as to why Brussels was bombed on March 22. What most geopolitical analysts and alternative commentators fail to realize is that the goals of the modern state of Israel reign supreme for the NWO ruling cabal that is steering the destiny of both the Middle East and Europe. That particular piece of the New World Order agenda will not be tampered with, since it represents the cornerstone of the upcoming One World government. Where it concerns the recent Brussels Black Op, it ought to be quite obvious that only the CIA, Mossad and MI6 have the joint capability to pull off such audacious twin attacks. That the Brussels city centre is home to NATO headquarters, as well as 3 major governmental organs of the European Union, makes such. The 3/22 Brussels bombings could only have occurred with the full support of Mossad, CIA, MI6 and DGSE. TMR editors note, it looks like the Mossad just sent a very strong message as to why Brussels was bombed on March 22. What most geopolitical analysts and alternative commentators fail to realize is that the goals of the modern state of Israel reign supreme for the NWO ruling cabal that is steering the destiny of both the Middle East and Europe. That particular piece of the New World Order agenda will not be tampered with, since it represents the cornerstone of the upcoming One World government. Caveat: false flag terror operations are frequently executed in order to achieve several goals at once. The accomplishment of various and seemingly unrelated objectives are by no means mutually exclusive. Sometimes the actual effects of a false flag attack appear to work at cross purposes with each other. This is often by design so as to confuse the public and distract them from the most important goal, of all. It is especially important to understand this crucial point in the case of Brussels 3/22 blasts. Just like the staged Paris 11/13 terrorist attacks, there are several key items on the NWO agenda that are being advanced. However, the advancement of the Greater Israel Project is always of the highest priority. Subsequent essays will explain the significance of the vital timing of this rapidly unfolding scheme, as well as why the Middle East component is so integral to their overall plan. There is one critical piece of information necessary to understand the high likelihood that Israel just warned the European Union by way of the Brussels terror blasts. The sentiments throughout Europe have been running high against further illegal settlement building on Palestine territory. Several member nations have expressed total support for the labeling of Israeli goods produced in settlements in Palestine. Hence, the Israeli government has tried to spin EU legislation as a prejudicial economic crime being committed against Israel. Forever the victim. Israel has never been a nation that was reluctant to use naked terrorism to carry out its objectives. Many World War II revisionist historians have even gone so far as to write that 70 million died so the Jews could have Palestine. Therefore, if WW2 really was staged in order to move the Jewish people from Europe to Palestine, then what won't TPTB do to complete the final stages of their multi-millennial plan? Where it concerns the recent Brussels Black Op, it ought to be quite obvious that only the CIA, Mossad and MI6 have the joint capability to pull off such audacious twin attacks. That the Brussels city centre is home to NATO headquarters, as well as 3 major governmental organs of the European Union, make such a bomb attack all the more calculated and orchestrated by the TPTB. Who else, but the Mossad, would, and could, perpetrate such a dramatic attack made for global prime time? What follows are a few other articles which provide additional perspective on the role of Mossad and the CIA in Brussels. Brussels terror attacks. Israel again targets Europe. CIA Mossad behind Brussels twin terrorist attacks. Brussels. Mossad CIA false flag inside jobs. Gladio. Twittersphere implicates Mossad in Brussels attacks. The Jerusalem Post. One would think that by now the Mossad, CIA, and MI6 would get the message that the world community of nations is totally onto them. Their false flag terror MO is so easy to identify, it's become their signature. All 3 rogue agencies are now reflexively blamed for every terrorist attack across the planet before, while some the black operations are still being conducted in real time. The Millennium Report. Done. The entire Brussels thing was a total hoax and fraud. No one was injured or killed. Plus, it was very amateurishly executed.
I caught a second mosquito and a third one is buzzing around me. You are surrounded, come out with your hands up. With your wings up then. One of them was sitting under the table and the second mosquito had bigger wings than the other ones. But many of them look similar. And if you ask me, they look like GMO mosquitoes basically. But of course I'm no expert. They would argue. I don't know if I showed fly catching, mosquito catching. So I use this magnificent flashlight I bought on eBay at an extremely low price, of course. The XML T6. I highly recommend this. It's excellent light. Very strong. Stroboscope is almost not visible. SOS. So I hope I'm saved. Let's see if these boys do their job.
Map predicts where ISIS will seize new land and strike the West. www.dailymail.co.uk.
So is the targets prioritized by ISIS for imminent attack in London, Paris, southern Spain, Rome, Cairo, Washington perhaps, a large part of the USA is cut off. These other areas are areas with ISIS territory. So perhaps terrorist attacks are less likely in those areas. Or perhaps you could argue they're more likely if they are concentrated there, supposedly.
massacre. The counterterrorism experts correctly predicted that ISIS would launch a mass casualty attack on Tunisia, where hotel staff are seen mopping up blood after an ISIS gunman killed 38 innocent tourists on a nearby beach. Read more, http://www.dailymail.co.uk/. News/. Article -3 Bloody, a suicide bomb attack which killed 27 innocent worshippers at a Shia mosque in Kuwait came after ISW's chilling prophecy that ISIS would target Shia holy sites in the Middle East. Read, it also said Islamic State, which is a Sunni Muslim extremist group, would target Shia mosques in the Middle East. As 38 people were being gunned down on a Tunisian beach on Friday, a suicide bomb attack massacred 27 innocent worshippers and injured 200 others at a Shia mosque in Kuwait. These attacks came days after ISIS spokesman Abu Muhammad al-Adnani urged its followers to launch attacks during Ramadan, as death this month is considered more valuable than in other months. An ISW counterterrorism analyst told Mail Online. Harleen Kambir added, "We have been watching ISIS increasingly gain support among followers in Tunisia over the past few months, and that attack confirms that ISIS intends to use that support to encourage attacks against tourists and Western targets." As many as 2,400 Tunisians have joined ISIS on the battlefield in Iraq and Syria since 2011, and worryingly, 400 of them have since returned to the country, its interior ministry has said. The country is almost entirely Muslim, but ISW also predicts that ISIS will mastermind lone wolf attacks on countries with smaller Muslim populations like the UK, United States, Canada and Australia. Its experts claim the countries ISIS has announced as targets are England, France, Italy, Spain, the United States, the Caucasus region of southern Russia, Algeria, Libya, Egypt, Iran, Yemen, Afghanistan and Pakistan. Meanwhile, dozens of other nations including Greece, Romania and Australia are at risk of deadly surprise attacks. Read more, http://www.dailymail.co.uk/. News/. Article -3134534/.
So Israel is not on the list, so we can all go back to sleep.
Paris attacks predicted in advance by alternative media. Here's their next prediction by
This is a Talk Network.
Paris attacks. ISIS could use chemical weapons in next attack, warns French PM. 9:50, November 19, 2015. Updated 10:17, November 19, 2015. The warning came as the French government debates whether to extend the country's state of emergency to 3 months. French Prime Minister Manuel Valls has warned ISIS extremists could use chemical weapons in their next attack. The prediction comes as the French government debates whether to extend the country's state of emergency to 3 months. America has already been placed on high alert for terrorist threats after a spate of security scares, including 2 flights to Paris being diverted by bomb threats, a Muslim family being ejected from a Baltimore plane, and a bomb squad being called to a Chicago airport. There's no such thing as ISIS, journalist destroys West's terror. www.zerhedge.com. Veterans today, ISIS does not exist. We are ISIS, an evil coalition. New Euromed DK. Proof that ISIS doesn't really exist. YouTube. "10 signs that ISIS is a scripted psyop." Activist post. www.activistpost.com. There's no such thing as ISIS, journalist destroys West's terror narrative, warns of crackdown on dissidents. By Tyler Durden, November 18, 2015, 12:35 a.m. On Saturday, the day after the massacre in France which turned the streets of Paris into a war zone and left some 130 civilians dead, Syrian President Bashar al-Assad had a message for the West. While condemning the attacks and branding the perpetrators savages, he was also quick to note that Syria has been dealing with this brand of terrorism for nearly 5 years straight. In what amounted to an "I told you so" moment, Assad also said the following: "We said, don't take what is happening in Syria lightly." Unfortunately, European officials did not listen. Assad also took the opportunity to once again suggest that the West sponsorship of the regional powers whose support, both explicitly and implicitly, Sunni extremism in Syria is the root cause of the problem, although the language he used was a bit less harsh than that which he employed in September, presumably because he was trying not to inflame tensions less than 24 hours after the Paris massacre. Here's what he said: The question that is being asked throughout France today is, was France's policy over the past 5 years the right one? The answer is no. Presumably, Assad was referencing the West's support for the various militant groups seeking to oust his government. Those groups, including ISIS, have received money, guns, and training at various times from the CIA, from Turkey, from Saudi Arabia, and from Qatar. The situation on the ground is of course so fluid that it's nearly impossible to keep track of where the guns, money, and fighters end up, meaning that even those observers who shun conspiracy theories would be hard-pressed to contend that the US has not at least indirectly armed and trained ISIS. Perhaps the most overlooked passage in all of the leaked documents that have surfaced thus far is the following from a declassified Pentagon report dated August 2012 and obtained by Judicial Watch. There is the possibility of establishing a declared or undeclared Salafist principality in eastern Syria, Hasaka and Derzor, and this is exactly what the supporting powers to the opposition want, in order to isolate the Syrian regime, which is considered the strategic depth of the Shia expansion, Iraq and Iran. That's it. That's the smoking gun and nobody seems to care. The passage above clearly states that the US knew this was coming and viewed it as exactly what the supporting powers to the opposition want on the way to not only isolating Assad, but also to breaking Tehran's Shiite crescent. Although that's such a critical excerpt, it has been habitually overlooked, and ironically, tragedies like that which occurred in Paris only serve to galvanize public opinion around an ideal rather than around the search for answers, and that is a dangerous thing. In that context and, importantly, in the context of French President François Hollande's push to alter the French constitution, we bring you the following interview with journalist Gerard Aukelmain, who pretty much blows apart the entire charade in the space of 10 minutes. There is no such thing as ISIS. ISIS is a creation of the US. We know that from official sources of the US military themselves and declassified documents. Enjoy. Son of Loki free shitter November 17, 2015 3:05 p.m. Anonymous kicks off cyber war against ISIS, gets 900 Twitter accounts banned. Even people who aren't normally fans of Anonymous probably won't object to the hacker collective using its powers to take on Islamic State, the hated group of Islamic fundamentalists that has carried out deadly terror attacks in Paris and Beirut over the past week. This is why we are pleased to see that Anonymous has declared cyber war on ISIS and has already gotten hundreds of its purported Twitter accounts banned from the service.
So basically I'm thinking, here it says the hated group of Islamic fundamentalists has carried out deadly terror attacks in Paris and Beirut, supposedly. But wouldn't there be many people that love these attacks after what happened in Iraq, etc.? These non-Muslims invading the country, killing the kids, spreading depleted uranium. It ain't fun. So what do they expect, you know? Isn't this just fair payback and shouldn't we all die? Here somebody writes, ISIS simultaneously 1 was created by the US, 2 does not exist. How could both of these statements possibly be true? Well, if they made it up, then people believe in ISIS, so then they've created ISIS, but in reality it does not exist. So they can let Muslims or other people do attacks, or fake attacks, etc., and then claim that ISIS did them to create a crisis. That's part 3 of phase 3 of active measures, ideological subversion. Phase 4 is normalization, when the things roll into reality. They don't want to create a police state, but a military state. So by the Jesuits to rule the world from Jerusalem, first depopulate to 500 million, perhaps with a world war or some global jihad, and then after they've depopulated to 500 million, which is also on these Georgia guidestones that these conspiracy factists use to blame it all on Rockefeller, and that number is 500 million, so they want to achieve that somehow. And the question is, of course, what would be the best way if we want to help them? We have to think about what would be the best way to do that, rather than the best way to prevent them from killing us all. So if the Muslims would do an all-out worldwide jihad attack basically in all these countries, what would you do if they'd show up with guns and knives, etc., to slaughter you all? Are you prepared? Of course, targeted individuals have to go through hell to achieve something simple, and it's much harder for them, so they know much better how to achieve their goals, and are much more in contact with reality than these brainwashed people. And I think it's best to avoid them and to be prepared to kill them. It's better than you ending up dead, basically. So I think it's better to carry a gun and of course most judges agree it would be better to carry one even if you don't have a license. If people have made death threats and thrown stones at you, we can argue that you should carry one, basically. In these times of peril, of course, we remember the Orlando shooting, Orlando, Florida. And there was nobody with a gun to shoot that shooter that shot 50 or 60 people. So if one of them would have carried one, perhaps he would have been able to stop the shooter. Donald Trump also spoke about this, I think. That's how I got the idea. But both sides are controlled opposition, and I don't believe in electronic voting anymore because of wireless energy. Electronic voting is an impossibility. And it's run by the same Jesuits that have crashed these planes into the WTC, etc. The Dutch Peter Hans Kolvenbach, according to Eric John Phelps, who could also be controlled opposition. So it's interesting to study that and study why they say or think that person is controlled opposition. Controlled opposition to their depopulation, for example, to killing 7 billion people and ruling the world from Jerusalem. People that just don't want to die for a new world order. They don't accept us as their God. No. So I'm gonna watch this video on YouTube. Proof that ISIS doesn't really exist. Exclamation marks.
to track down al-Baghdadi. Security sources claim they are making ground on getting information as to the whereabouts of Baghdadi in Iraq and could be about to launch an attack on the terror chief. 2. February 16, 2016. Shimon Elliott location. ISIS leader is Simon Elliott, a Jewish-born Zionist CIA and Mossad. French report ISIL leader Mossad agent Veterans Today, www.veteranstoday.com. Shimon Elliott location. The Fake War on Terror, Trutfulan.com. The Fake War on Terror. There's no doubt that people are being killed by the group called ISIS. But the narrative that our government and the media is selling is fake, as they are using fake people, fake crisis actors and false flag events, to push their agenda. If you don't already know that 9/11 was a false flag event that was staged by the CIA and Israeli Mossad, you should start there. Click on http://trutfulan.com/911-truth/ ISIS is a creation of the CIA, the British MI6 and Israeli Mossad. They were trained by U.S. Marines in Jordan. They were armed by the U.S. They are funded by Saudi Arabia. They are being used to carry out the Jesuits' Inquisition in killing Christians, to overthrow the leaders of countries like Syria and Iran who have not bowed down to their authority, and to push the world into WW3 and their New World Order. Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi, the head of ISIL, which is terrorizing Iraq and Syria, and is supposedly a threat to Israel, is actually Jewish and his name is named Eliad Shimon. Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi, so-called Caliph, the head of ISIL, Islamic State in Iraq and the Levant, is, according to sources reputed to originate from Edward Snowden, an actor named Eliad Shimon, a Mossad-trained operative. For more information, visit http://www.veteranstudy.com/2014/08/04/ French-report-ISIL-leader-Mossad.
So all this stuff online doesn't mean that I actually believe any of it. It's just interesting what people are producing, I guess.
The evil ones who control the media, including Facebook, are using crisis actions in their narrative about the war on terror. This guy must be good, because they use him a lot. The evil ones also use images to portray whatever story they want, to cause people to hate Muslims. Again, we realize that radical Muslims are doing evil things and they are a real threat, but we are exposing the frauds in the supposed war on terror. In this image he's supposedly marrying the 7-year-old terrified little girl. This is one of the images that Gov created of a supposedly dead body, in which they took an actual dead man and overlaid Osama's face over it. Trutfuelon.com They control people's body. If the people let government decide what foods they eat and what medicines they take, their bodies will soon be in as sorry a state as are the souls of those who live under tyranny. Thomas Jefferson. Do you see how this has come true? Sick care. They control the Association of American Medical Colleges, which determines the teaching criteria for medical students that promotes a drug-oriented science, not basic preventative nutrition. Drug pushers. They control the American Medical Association to enforce their sick care industry, which promotes their pharmaceutical drugs. Poison. They poison us with chlorine, fluoride, vaccines that contain metals, chemtrails, GMOs, etc. Cancer fraud. Cancer treatment is a multi-billion-dollar industry for them. Natural cures for cancer already exist, but they suppress them to make more money with cancer treatment and drugs. Mercury. They control the American Dental Association and force dentists to continue using mercury amalgams which are toxic. War on drugs. They manage the illegal drug and gun markets to fund their secret operations. 10 men form the capstone of their pyramid power structure. These include the Rothschilds, Rockefellers, Habsburgs, Carringtons, Ambrose Bank, Bronfmans, Seagrams, Oppenheimer, King of Diamonds, and others. Under them are around 300 servers, who know the plan and are working to restructure the world. They include the Clintons, the Yeltsins, the Bushes, Newt Gingrich, Paul Volcker, Henry Kissinger, Alan Greenspan, Robert McNamara, Robert Rubin, Mikhail Gorbachev, Ted Turner, Bill Gates, Ben Bernanke, George Soros, etc. Below the group of 300 are thousands of servants who are willing to work for the upper power structure, because they get tremendous benefits, such as CEO positions, government positions, etc. They control the money.
So are they trying to say if this guy Shimon Elliot of al-Baghdadi is CIA Mossad and people won't go after him and find him and stuff? And ISIS keeps existing, of course. But you could argue then that it only exists in the people, in the minds of the people that believe in it, of course. And you could argue that it would be against the laws of the Torah to believe in ISIS.
I want to ask you a question. Did you know Ben Rich?
No, but I talked to people who did. Now, I'll tell you what Ben Rich had to do with this. First of all, do you know where he was born? Ben Rich was one of the most the biggest Mossad spy in the United States. I mean, he got the most classified information. Here's what happened. Here's how we got messed up with Israel. In 1947, when Israel became a state, Jim, I keep saying Anslinger. It's not Anslinger. James Angleton was chief of CIA in Rome. Okay, they sent Angleton down to Tel Aviv along with some guys at MI6 to form Mossad. And for some reason, however it happened, James Angleton got allied with Mossad like this forever. He was the mole. If you remember, in 1960, he was the head CIA director of foreign intelligence, and he was the guy that always was looking for the Russian mole. He was the Russian mole because, you know, he was so friends with Mossad, he'd tell Mossad stuff, and Mossad would pass it on to Russia. So when David Ben-Gurion in the summer of 1963 said, you know, we have to kill Kennedy. We have to. I'm tired of him threatening us with inspecting Dimona. It's none of his friggin' business. I don't want to hear any more from Kennedy. You kill him. He gave that order to Mossad, and then resigned so that he couldn't be held responsible for it. Mossad then went to Angleton. The Kennedy assassination was not a CIA job, but it was greased by the CIA only because Angleton was in there with his buddies at Mossad. And he's the one that greased the skids for everything that happened in Dealey Plaza and the escape and everything. They were Corsican sharpshooters there, hired by Mossad. They pulled off the whole thing, and everybody says, well, you know, they think the mob killed Kennedy, or maybe Johnson did, or Castro. It wasn't. It was Israel, and the reason they did is because David Ben-Gurion didn't want any more inspections of Dimona, and that's all.
And that's their nuclear. It's where they do their nuclear.
That's where they got their
biological
nuclear bombs with plutonium they stole from us, and other.
But what's Ben Rich got to do with that?
Okay, so Ben Rich was born with a very wealthy Jewish family in the Philippines, and very highly educated, and he was slipped into Lockheed in 1953 as Kelly Johnson's second in charge. And he was there for the development of the U-2, and he was there for the development of stealth.
You know, there are a lot of Ben Rich famous kind of UFO quotes that kind of allude to things that technology, right?
Right.
Yeah, there's nothing of that in that book. That book's the inside story, the development of the U-2.
I understand.
And the SR-71.
But he did say, he said, what's the exact quote? You probably remember it.
We have stuff that would make
Star
George
Wars.
Lucas jealous.
That would make...
We could take E.T. home.
Yeah. Yeah, so I mean, he was an insider from way back, is what you're telling me, right?
Yeah, but he was a Mossad spy, and I'm going to tell you how they did it. Okay, now,
But on some level, if he's a Mossad spy, because the Mossad seems to be in cahoots with, if you want to call them, you know, the Nazi, NASA Nazi group.
I'm glad you understand that, because when people say, did Israel have anything to do with 9/11, I said, as much as Santa Claus had to do with Christmas. So anyway.
So yeah, they're all working together. If you're telling me Angleton was involved with Mossad, you're telling me Ben Rich is involved with Mossad. You know, we've got the whole. There's a whole alignment there.
Absolutely, positively, beyond a shadow of a doubt. So now we get ready to build the stealth fighter, and this was the beginning of the real secret stuff that went on within our government. The Navy.
So I'm gonna eat some yogurt live at 10 to 3 or whatever. This is basically a new method of broadcasting so that I can report if I'm being attacked with scalar weapons, etc. HARP. But my previous broadcasts, I think, are much better and contain more information. So you can check my channel by clicking on the channel name, and then you can find videos about other subjects.
The global jihad has a great influence, already, on the global economy, the human rights and democracy. Islamic terror will evidently overshadow the international relations, at least, in the first half of the 21st century. Same as the communist ideology did for the most of the 20th century. From our perspective now, we do not know if there is a way to overcome this phenomenon or, in time, it will be subdued and collapse from within, precisely like the Soviet Union 25 years ago because of social and economic changes. This site is an attempt to give a comprehensive view on the global jihad and to explain the big dilemmas in the war with Islamic terror. globaljihad.net ISIS using European faces to advertise global jihad, The Arab Weekly, www.thearabweekly.com. Time to launch an all-out war against ISIS and the global jihad, CanadaFreePress.com. 2 days ago. Brussels attacks prove the West lacks a universal strategy to fight. www.hearts.com. The Global Jihad Movement, page XX. Islamic State of Iraq and the Levant. It adheres to global jihadist principles and follows the hardline ideology of al-Qaeda and many